Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Wow, that's quite the turnout tonight. Okay, just doing my usual, making sure everything works. Okay, hopefully the audio is good, the music volume is good. So, let's get on with it. Hi, Fopace, nice to see you. That's a good question, Claire. What did we do? We were working on the UI. So, as you can see, we are now 1 day and 17 hours away from Kickstarter. And I think it's fair to say that I'm bricking it right now. We've still got a few bits and pieces to do. Nothing substantial, really, just a couple of graphics. I've got about 20 seconds of footage left just to polish off on the video. I think that's about it, really. Just a bit of final spit and polish and it should be ready to roll. We'll probably spend all of tomorrow just polishing and going over it and making sure that we haven't spelt things wrong and that kind of thing. We're now up to 1,229 followers, which is amazing. And we replaced the capsule image on there. Kickstarter wanted an image with no writing, no logos or anything on it, which I was a little bit reticent about because I thought surely at least it needs the game logo, but no, they didn't want anything at all. So we'll see what they do with it. Right then. I've been using this for generating some stuff in Engine, so just want to make sure that I haven't left anything in a state where it's not going to work. Yeah, that's all unhooked, so that should be good. I made a little alien dude. Hello. I think these guys, just because I happen to have a model of them, are probably going to be the first flesh and blood aliens in the game. We'll come up with something suitably cool and humorous to go with them. They'll definitely get UFOs. UFOs confirmed. That's just the character stuff, that's fine. Okay. Normally speaking, I would be putting in an incredible amount of work into it outside of the streams, but we've spent the past few weeks just grinding away on Kickstarter and sorting out all the business stuff related to Kickstarter, and it's all been a bit of a Kickstarter whirlwind. So outside of the streams, I've barely been touching the engine, but once Kickstarter goes live, I can put all that behind me and get back into the engine proper. Before we were doing the Kickstarter stuff, I was probably putting in about 12 to 14 hours a day in engine on average, mostly overnight. I seem to work much better at night time. The plan, actually, once Kickstarter goes live, is to try and get a dev build out as soon as humanly possible, and that's what this work at the moment is related to, because as I'm sure you noticed on the last stream, we can't really use the sensors fully. Like sending targets to the helm, for example, isn't fully working on this new one, so I can't really put any dev builds out whilst that's broken. So the priority at the moment is to fix that, get all that working. Then I can put a dev build out, get that tested, and then I'll be working full-time on the external hull, getting that finished. And then the plan is to have an actual demo build out, hopefully in 2 to 3 weeks, whilst Kickstarter's still running. So we can use that as a bit of a publicity push and hopefully a bit of a boost sort of halfway through the campaign. Did I miss a question? Sorry. What's the difference between a macro or a function? Well, there's a few differences. Macros are fairly insular things, and you generally use those for repetitive tasks. They don't have the ability to be called outside of the class you're working in, and they can't have their own local variables, sort of. You can assign a value to like a temporary floating variable, but you can't set up and name a variable in a macro. Whereas in a function, they can have their own local variables. You can call those functions from outside of that blueprint or class. So that's probably the main differences. There's a little bit of a difference in the way they handle inputs and outputs, but generally speaking, they're the same. It's more about data handling and accessing them. Yeah, if you could please Google Translate that. I don't speak Russian. Like most typical Brits, I'm not multilingual. Right, let's do a quick test a minute, make sure. Well, rather review where we got to. I think we're actually at the point now with this UI where we can start looking at just what's working, what isn't working, and then just start picking off things one at a time, getting them working, and then moving on to the next. No, we don't yet have communication with aliens, but that will be coming. Although, just to jump scare myself, I did do this. I would be tempted to leave that there, but Claire wouldn't like that. Claire says no. I can't leave it because someone's going to have a heart attack. I don't want to be responsible for someone dropping dead. Alright, he can be called Steve. So yeah, that will be the sensors panel, the comms panel rather, there. So once we've got the aliens, or the alien civilizations, established, they'll first be visible on the short-range scan here. So you'll have details about them here, the history, culture, what kind of outlook they have towards strangers, that sort of thing. That's kind of step one in the development of aliens. Just going through the back-end code, generating all the data. And really the next point on from there is hooking them up to a communication system and then giving them some kind of physical presence in the game world. But we do need to generate all the data first, which is, at least some of that is going to be on the next update. In fact, some of that's going to be up on one of the up-and-coming streams. So once all this is working from a navigation perspective, I will start working on alien species generation, which is something I'm really looking forward to getting cracking into. Yeah, I'm sure a Section 31 type organization is quite realistic. I mean, humans are going to human, so there's probably going to be something like that. I haven't come up with a name or anything in the lore yet, but I'm sure there will be one at some point. Right, so let's go through this mode by mode. So, it's doing that thing that it did last time. I think that might be because I had it defaulted to that tab. I click it again, does it go away? No. If I do that, does it go away? Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try and figure out what it's causing the planet to stay there. Bug number 1. Thanks, Leosh. Short but sweet. Right, so what works and what doesn't work? So, focal point works there. If we zoom in, does it work there? No. Okay, so the focal point needs to change for the holo display, which it's not currently doing. It is working on the UI though, so that's fine. I know we can type in coordinates, so that should do that, and then that's not a real number. So that should put us like over there. Yeah, okay. And it should be, yeah, it's generating all the stuffs. So if I edit that one, I add an extra 0. Okay, yeah, that updated. And if I add another 0, great. Perfect. Thank you. Yes, Dave. I do want to do that. Because as much as it's easy enough to type in coordinates, it's a bit clunky. So if we just had like up, down, left, right arrows on here, then you could literally go click, 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 and kind of scroll sideways through the galaxy. Just for ease of use reasons, I think that would be a good thing to add. Yes. Is soupçon to the left. Right, so long range, holo display is updating. Don't think sensor target's updating. No, it's not, so that's one thing to fix. I need to get rid of the stupid purple colour. These little pluses need to be done properly. The star temperature icons are correct, and planets are correct. So we have no scan data yet, so that needs doing. Did we get as far as that working? I think we did. Great. Okay, so it's the wrong name, but it is the right class. Okay. Yeet. Okay, so that works, that stays highlighted. Yeah, okay. So I think that really should auto expand rather than start minimized, so that's something we can do. But it is generating all the right names. It's not getting coordinates, so that's something we need to sort out. And it's not going to send anything to the helm because there's no coordinates. And we need to set up the scan function. Okay. And then on the short range, yes, it's picking up the planets, and there are no moons around it yet, so there's nothing to show there. I've been thinking, actually, about how to separate surface targets from things like moons. Because, in a simple tree structure, you're going to have obviously earth and everything that's around it. Maybe the surface targets can go on this side. Might have to experiment with that a bit. Find something that kind of works. Yeah, and I think we also need a focus on the ship, or focus on the central body as well. It could, yeah. Yeah, we could have surface targets down there. And to be honest, the same from a moon. Yeah, exactly that. So the moons can also have their own surface targets. And indeed, natural satellites listed separately from artificial satellites. That could be a good one to do as well. I don't want it to look too sterile, so we will experiment. These also need better icons, more reflective of what they are. And I have a suspicion the range button probably isn't working. No, okay, so that might tackle that first actually. So I couldn't quite decide whether or not to have the display range buttons duplicated on different tabs. I mean, I can do a mode check when you press them. It should be simple enough. I suppose if the layout's not changing, they could just stay where they are. This one definitely needs to change though. Perhaps I'll go with the easy option for now. Okay, I actually already did add a switch, so that's fine. Right, so we need some duplicates of this then. It's weird having the word range in there twice. Long sensor range? That'll do. Medium. And short. I have plans for the loading screen. In fact, I've had this plan from the very beginning, and that is when the loading screen goes through the various different layers of the ship, actually have that shown, so the ship is literally being built in real time as it loads, starting from the bottom up. And I've actually loaded the levels from the bottom up for that very reason. And you've got things like the framework is on a separate level to the interior wall panels, and then the pipework and cables and things are on a separate level again. So as it's loading those levels in, all I need to do is take a screenshot of the ship with all the different levels loaded, turning them on one at a time. And then, it will just go and sort of build the ship in front of you, which I think would look epic. So that is the plan. Oh yeah, that was another reason I was going to split the buttons up, so I didn't have to jump through all these hoops. Okay, but again, for now, for simplicity's sake, I will leave it for the time being. Can't quite remember why I decided to use a different scale. Because surely that's redundant if we're just using the values that we have. To try and remember now exactly what the scales were. So with this being more granular now, for the long range, I guess we're clamping at 50 light years, so it can't be any more than 50. Feeling this is going to grow large. Right, so we've got a maximum value of 50. I suppose we may as well go down as low as 5 light years. It's a much more arbitrary zoom now, so if we go up in fives, it's probably not enough actually. Let's go up in tens. Maybe make that a minimum of 10. Yeah, let's give that a try. So the medium range one is going to be slightly more complicated because we're dealing with kilometers up to multiple AUs. That's cool, thanks. I used to do similar with Elite. I would just sort of sit there dozing in my chair with my VR headset on, and it's such a cool feeling to sort of doze off and then wake up, and then when you open your eyes you're in a cockpit in space, and your brain's just for those few seconds your brain is like, am I here? It's very cool. Right, so what is the minimum range we're looking at there? What's 1 AU in kilometers? Many, okay. So it's 150 million thereabouts. So because the maximum zoom range on the medium range sensors needs to be equal to that of our largest star system, and they can be many hundreds of AU in diameter. So I'm thinking, rather than a set distance, why don't we instead go with a multiplier? So maybe 10%? Oh. Float, please. Right, yeah, so if we go up in 10% increments, then that will naturally scale with the size of the solar system. And if we do a maximum of... This is time for the length converter. So I want... I love this website. I use it quite a lot for various things. So we want astronomical units. So if we say 1,000 AU in kilometers, then that becomes our maximum distance for the medium range sensors. We probably do have star system's bigger than 1000 AU, but let's go with that for now. Then I'll go and have a look at an O class and see just how big it is. Right, and then we want maybe 0.1 of an AU. Maybe 0.01 of an AU. Yeah. Right, and that can be our minimum distance. That should be alright for an M class system. To be honest, the same really applies for planetary systems as well, because something like a little ice dwarf versus a gas giant like Jupiter, the distances involved with the moons and things is going to be quite different. So what is Jupiter's hill sphere? I think it's something massive, isn't it? So blah 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 blah. Scales with a cube root of the planet's mass. So Jupiter's hill sphere is roughly 10 million kilometers. That seems excessive. We'll go with that for now, though. What's Pluto's radius? Right, so we make it 1,000 then. I'm just wondering actually whether 10% is probably going to be a bit small, but I'll experiment with that. Right, so all this lot needs to get out the way. Yay for copy paste. So in case anyone's wondering, what we're actually doing here is we're taking the button presses from the zoom in and out buttons on the sensors panel. We're then working out which sensor mode we're currently in, and obviously those are the 4 buttons there. And then depending on the mode, that's what we do. And then these just filter through to there. And I think I will merge these to make it a bit cleaner. So we set the values and then we update our global event. I'm going to merge those before the node because that has become a redundant node. That's not actually needed anymore because we're using a struct now, so that doesn't need to be set separately. Okay, and then we send that out to the holo display with the global event. So the holo display then knows that we have changed the sensor mode or the sensor range. Okay, now each one of these will have to be a rep notify. So like with this one, where we are just sending it across to the panel itself, and then we're telling it which sensor mode we're working with and what the new range is. So we need to do that with all of these. So you get a rep notify, and then you get a rep notify, and you get a rep notify. So that would be sensor mode 2 with the long range. Sensor mode 3 with the medium range. And then 4 with a short range. Okay, so that gets the message across to the widget panel itself and across to the holo display. Okay, so we've copied all the clamped values down there. What we haven't done yet is changed the amount we're changing the values by. So if we go with maybe single digit light years for the long range, so we can go up 10 light years at a time, which is 5 notches on the slider, or 50 notches if we go up 1 at a time. Give it a try and see. And then we're going up 10% or make that 1%. Same with that one. And then this one we need to do -10. And that would be 0.9. 0.9 because we're going down 10%. Oops. Didn't want to do that. So -100, -10, -10, -1, +1, +10. Yeah, thought I'd gone wrong there somewhere. And again, 0.9, and then 0.9, which means that one should be 0.99. Yeah. Okay, well, unless I've messed that up, that should be done. on this side, we just need to pipe these through. Then we're actually updating the same text box, so we can actually just use that. So this should be a direct light year conversion. This is what programming with blueprints in Unreal looks like. You can go directly into the C++, for which you'd be using Visual Studio. But for something like this, widget stuff, you may as well just use blueprints. Unless there's an engine feature you specifically need. I'm going to have to write a conversion macro here. Because if that is greater than where's my handy dandy thing? Right, so 1 AU is that many kilometers. So if it's greater than that, then we need to start using AUs. So if it's not greater than 1 AU, then we'll just stick with kilometers. If it is greater than 1 AU, then we want to divide that value by however many AUs it is. That needs to be float. Consistent floats across the board there. Right, so that needs to be, what was it? It was 0.69, I think it said. Yeah. Let's keep it accurate. Oh, stop getting rid of my float. Right, and then if that is greater than, or I suppose, or equal to that, okay. I was going to make this into a macro, but it's such a small amount of nodes, there's no point. So basically what we're doing here is we're saying if it's greater than 1 AU worth of kilometers, then divide that value by however many AU it is, of course, and then we need to actually need that to be that. So yeah, so if it's false, we are dealing with kilometers, which can literally just go like that. But if it's true, oh, it's got rid of my float again. Nightmare. Stop stealing my float. sense now. So if we're greater than or equal to 1 AU, then start displaying the values in AU, otherwise stick with kilometers. Nice and simples. And then we do actually need to deal with clamping that, but also yeah, so we're going to have to set the display range, so it's probably easier if we simply just refresh that. So we will I think we're setting a value there. Are we doing that locally? We are, aren't we? That's actually annoying. That would have been handier if we were setting that globally, so we didn't have to do the filter again a second time. Okay, I'll do that for now. But that's that is an optimization that needs to happen. And obviously we need the range. Are we clearing at this one? Here we are, okay. So yeah, we need to build the filter function for this one. Otherwise it's not actually going to filter by distance. So that needs doing. And then finally we have the short range, which is just in kilometers. So that doesn't need anything special. But what they all need is a range. So this enables or disables buttons based on whether or not we're hitting the clamped range or not. So I think all of this we will turn into a macro to make it a little bit more generic. So if we collapse that to a macro, and we will call that manage range buttons. Right, and then we need minimum value, which is going to be integer, and we want the maximum value as well. So if there we go, and then we need a sensor range as well. So if the range is higher than the max value, then do that, do that, do that, do that. So that should, as messy as that is, that should be generic now. So all I need to do is tell it the values. Did I set any of the clamps to be assigned? No. Yeah, that'll work fine. Okay. So the sensor range is obviously that one. And then we just need our values for that one, which is GPS, what is our range scale? So 10 to 1000. Don't have an output pin on that macro, so for now I will just cheat and do that. So this is the long range. So this one, it was 10 and 50. Okay, next. Same on this one. I haven't put an output pin on the macro, so I will just cheat. This one was a huge number, so that one is the minimum. That one's the maximum. Of course, that's over 2 billion, so it is going to have a heart attack. Right, so these can't be integers. Or do we make them 64-bit integers? I've never actually tried that before, so let's see whether that actually works. In an effort to be helpful, it's made a mess. Okay, and then this one, it's a much more reasonable number. Okay, so these should now be clamping at the predefined values, and they should be graying out the buttons accordingly. So let's see whether that is actually what is happening in reality. It's going to have to be a tradition, isn't it, that we say hi to Steve on the way past. Hey, Steve. And then we eat the tablet. Alright, so that one works. Next. Okay, yeah, that seems to be working. And we now have much more granular controls. Well, that's interesting. Why is it? Okay, yeah, it's definitely still drawing a big old list. Ah, yeah, it's drawing the whole lot still on 10 light years. That's no good. What was that? I saw a red one. What are you? You're that. That's interesting, actually, because I didn't think I'd put that as close as that. Did I send that to the helm? Sure I did. Okay. Are any of them going to the helm? Yes, they are. Okay. The nebula object that comes with the data from the stars was just a placeholder. Yeah, it's a failbula. So it's not actually a proper object. It's kind of like a ghost in the data, but I do want it to be a proper object, and it represents the center point of the nebula. That's what that coordinate represents. In game terms, that's where the actor that generates the nebula is located, in the middle of the sector there. And that would mean that it would also be on here as well, because I very much want the nebula to be 3D on the holo display, which would be all kinds of cool. But yeah, okay. So it's going to be nice having more granular control over this map. So as you kind of do that, they'll be moving a lot more slowly, which is nice. Or you can go through it nice and quick. Let's try that with a medium range. That's interesting, that wrapped around. Oh, I bet you that was the the 64-bit int value not actually being a 64-bit int value. Did it do it at 2 billion? Bet it did. Yeah, it did. Okay, so that 64-bit int is lying. Oh, that's a good point, actually. So the buttons work, that's all fine, which means this actually is working. But of course, the value's being passed as a 32-bit integer. Which it can't be, because some of those values are ridiculously huge. Just wondering whether I store that as a decimal instead. Damn it, why does space have to be so big? Because if I... what are we on? So that's 1,000, million, billion, trillion. Okay. Oh no, billion. What are we doing? Yeah, million, billion. So 149 billion. No, so if I instead okay, so I could just store that as a decimal value, but I think rather than doing that, I may as well just use a float. I mean, there's no practical reason why it has to be an integer, really. It can just be a float. So yeah, let's do that. Saves messing around with stuff then. Go away. So you need to be a clamp float, so let's get rid of that. Let's make that float. That can be float. Why would you get rid of the number? Okay, I'm actually going to make these a full-on 100% increase rather than 10%, because that was going up really slowly, sort of at the 1 AU area. clamp that as a float. So what we got, 10,000. 10 and 50. Line it all up nice, because that's what I like to do. Oops. That's supposed to be Control C, not delete. And then we'll replace all of those through there. Don't need to truncate them anymore because they're already floats. Oops. So that would have to be times -1. No, it wouldn't. 0.5. Which means these ones, if we do... So if we make the small increments 10%, and then the big increments can be 100%. See if that feels any better. Hundred, 10, 2, 2, 10, 1, 1.1, 1.1. Okay, yeah. Don't like changing struct values because they tend to bug, but we're going to have to. Right, so that's all messed up as well. That's fine. Right, and then you need to start accepting floats. Yeah, I know, none of that will yet. We'll get to that. else, and you need to be afloat as well. May as well carry that all the way through. Generate a few more errors just for the fun of it. Right, so you're good, you're good, you're good, and you are good. Why am I still using a numerical value there when I actually have an enum for it? No, that'll do for now. Right, so what did we break? You now need to be afloat. Okay, I think we're fully converted to floats now across that lot. Right, now that lot also needs to be floats, of course. Oh, it's doing the thing again. Why on earth would you not just put in the value? Is that all of them? Oh no, two more there. Right, okay, so now we should definitely just be using floats. But I imagine the holo display is generating a fair few errors of its own. Yeah, okay, so you need to be afloat too. That's gonna cascade all the way through. Okay, was that the sum of everything that was broken? Looks like it. Hey, Steve. Yay. It's doing a thing. So if I crouch down and do that, you should see... Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Ooh, that's weird. Why is it going straight to 10? I done broke something there, but that is relatively cool. You probably could go down to 5 light years, to be honest. I guess in the galactic core, you're going to have quite a lot within 5 light years, so why not? Yeah. Is it actually doing something? I think I'll remove the decimals from there. I don't think they're necessarily needed. Just make that number a bit smaller. It's weird. Where did my frame rate go? Oh. Am I generating duplicates of the holo display? I think I might be. Yeah, it's fine over here, and then lag. I think every time we zoom in, it's generating copies of planets. Brilliant. Yeah, think in terms of scale increase per click, I think 10% works well there, and then doubling it works well there. Or not, maybe, actually. It does go up rather quick. Maybe 1.5 rather than doubling it. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's fine. It literally just took that long to unload all of the copies. Are we making lots of... Oh, well, look, we're doing the same here as well. If you look in the top right, you can see that we're creating a static mesh actor every time we press the button, which is hilariously awful. Yep, there's probably about 50 Earths there. Brr. And then when we click that, they should all go away. Apart from that one. Oh no, no, that's quite consistent now. Ah, there we go. Okay, so it seems it's defaulting to 10 million kilometers on both the short and the medium range. I guess that's because we copied the variable from there. Okay. We need some better default values there, I reckon. So that defaults to 1000, which is fine. That should default to 10, but we will set a clamp at 5. See, the medium range one's an interesting one because the default range is actually relevant based on the scale of the system. So an M-class system is going to require a different default range to an O-class, for example, to fit in the inner planets in a way that you can see them. So I think... we are storing this value. So what we can do here I suppose we could do a setting the default display range whenever we update our current star system, because we kind of want to update that automatically anyway. So when when this one updates, This is going to need some more stuff on it as well, because we need to force the holo display to update when we change, when we're flying manually from place to place. When we pass within half a light year of a star, this is going to be updated, and it will need to then update the holo display to load the new map and everything. Right, so if we get our current sector location, then we break the struct, and we get the star radius. So if we assume, because the star radius is a multiplier based on our sun, so 1 is equal to the radius of our star, which means we can use that in an intelligent way, because what we can do is we can take our 1 AU kilometer value and make that as our baseline, so that if we set that as our baseline and then we set that, so the multiplier of the star radius times 1 AU, so that means that every time you enter a new star system, it will set the medium range sensors based on the equivalent distance of 1 AU as it would be relevant to Sol. That should work, because this number is then going to be variable based on how big the star system is. And it will default to 1 AU, which works because you start at Earth. Hi there, Panda. I'm going to say Panda because, let's have a go at this. Panda Lovercrum? I hope I got that right. We are currently going through the new sensors panel. We are getting all of the missing functionality and all the things that are broken, and we're going item by item, getting those things working. Or not, as has been the case a couple of times. Right, so I want to stop this from duplicating everything, because that's a little bit of a nightmare. What's going on here? Why is that doing that? Oh yeah, that's not even used anymore. Right, so whenever we update the sensors data, we go blah-de-blah-de-blah, and then we update the range, and then we regenerate those things. So sensors, GPS. Okay, really, we should be redrawing that, which means we should be running a clear on the holo display to get rid of anything that's currently there, which would... Right. Okay, so what I was doing is only clearing if we're changing mode. But what this is doing, of course, it's actually spawning. Is it though? No, it's not. Oh, that's the GPS one, that's why. So, right, so you you specifically. What are you doing? Okay, yeah, so we're just making things visible. And then we are setting up some materials and then doing nothing. Right, now this is the problem. And then we're actually adding the planets. Hi Zelaf. Yeah, that's actually something that I've fixed on the new UI. Probably can't see it on that one, but if you look on here, you've got an auto refresh button now. So specifically on the sensor modes that have a lot of data being generated, mostly the long range, you'll be able to turn off the auto refresh. So whatever's there will stay there until you choose to turn auto refresh back on again. Because yes, that is a pain. So I think the easiest way to stop this from doing what we don't want it to do is give that a bool. So what are we doing here? So yeah, we're not doing anything too complex there. This is just generating the actual the planets. So we only really need to worry about the location of the indicators, although that said, we do actually need to do the scaling of everything. So that being the case, we won't do that. We will do a reset instead. Okay, that'll fix that from happening again. And I guess we also want to do it on the short range one. We don't need to do that anymore because I know it's working. And we don't need to do that anymore either. Okay, so on this one, that actually needs to invert that. So if they don't match, we're resetting the sensors anyway. But if they do match, yeah, that should stop that from duplicating planets. Yeah, the next demo update, I'm hoping, is going to be within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So what's stopping that right now is all the things I'm doing at the moment. So once the sensors panel here is fully working and polished, then I can start doing some dev builds. We'll get our internal testers just to look for all the bugs that I need to fix, and then I'll be working on the external hull model. And really, as soon as that's at least finished enough, then we'll be looking to put a build out sort of mid Kickstarter. So Kickstarter starts in about a day and a half, so that gives us 2 weeks to get a new build put together. It's going to be tight because there's still a lot of work to do, but once Kickstarter itself is launched, I can stop worrying about making graphics and things for it, so I'll have more time to work solidly on this. Right, let's make sure they stop duplicating now. There, stop moaning. Ah, well that worked perfectly, so... That didn't, but that did. Why is it saying AU? Okay, so we're not updating the display range text when we go between the different modes, so that needs fixing. But it did default to 1AU, so that's good. It's definitely doing that. Right, do we create lots of planets? Nope, there are no new static meshes being spawned, so we are good on that front. We'll just check this one as well. Go away, planet. Yep, no unexpected static meshes being spawned there either, so I would call that fixed. What kind of range will other ships be detectable at? Generally speaking, if they're not at FTL, that'll be within the system that you're in, so that's half a light year, and there's a technical reason for that as well, and that's because things which are within a system don't exist when you're not in that system. So as soon as you get further than half a light year away, then that system unloads and all the stuff in it unloads. The only caveat to that rule is if we've got ships which are moving at FTL between systems, then they'll be within range if you're in the same sector as them, which means that's anything up to 100 light years away. But again, once you're outside of that sector, then they will no longer be updating. Though that said, we'll probably use the same 3x3x3 grid of sectors to keep things like that loaded. You'd expect a ship at warp to be, significantly noisy on the sensors, so picking that up from a couple of 100 light years away shouldn't be too much of a challenge. What days do I hope to stream? At the moment, it's every Wednesday and every Sunday, 8 PM London time. So that's UTC/GMT at the moment, and then that'll be BST once we move into summertime. Probably just going to keep it at Wednesdays and Sundays for now. But I do enjoy streaming. It's actually a lot of fun, so I would like to start doing it more often. It's just, I generally get a lot more done when I'm not streaming, so I can't stream all the time. Right, let's sort out those buttons so it's updating the value properly. Okay, so we update the sensor mode. Yeah. And we do have the sensor range as part of that update, so really we should be doing some of this too. You know what, I think, as we've already got an event for that, I think we'll just use it. Okay, and this is the point where I finally make that into the enum, because it's going to be annoying otherwise. Right, so that needs to be sensor mode. I knew that would come back to haunt me at some point. I suppose I better do it this way around. Right, so when we update the sensor mode, it will also sort out the sensor range at the same time. Just to make sure that everything's on the same page, data-wise. Yeah, exactly that. Fixing a random int. Right, so now that I've changed that, that means that, yeah, that's going to be broke. So that needs to be long range. your medium range, your short range, and there'll also be a, yeah, that one, galactic position. Right, so that's you lot fixed it. Don't think we're bothering with it there. Okay, so when I was zooming in on the medium range, something odd was happening. So 110, 2 and 2, and I will make that 1.5. And then 10, 1. I'll leave those at 10%, they were fine. And then 10, 1. So minus 10, minus 1. Yeah, 10%, 10%. 110, 110, yeah. And these should be 0.75, not 0.5, which is 1.5 times less. Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything amiss there with the numbers. Ooh. Apart from that. I bet that's what it was. Okay, let's try it. If you see me do something stupid, then feel free to just shout out in the chat. I don't mind, honest. It's true. Come on, drink up. Right, that's better. Now the question is, will it remember that I've changed it? Yes, it will. That's good. Yeah. Good, good, good. Brilliant, that's fixed the weirdness on the button as well, so that zooms in and out nicely now. So we can go in and out of the stars, and in and out in a big way as well. It's not letting me go below 10 light years because I think I neglected to up the cap. I'll do that. Right, so this one defaults to 1 AU on a sun-like star, which is exactly what we want. That's wrong. should be showing a map. Yeah, everything's there, so it's a display issue going on there. Okay. It's still quite a big jump when you're using the big buttons, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's okay actually. So that's 1.5 or 150% on the big zoom, and then 10% on the little zoom. That is interesting though. Why is it not getting rid of the planet? Does it have something to do with these? It does a bit, it would seem. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Curious. Yeah, so what it's doing is we need the holo display to be able to display any star system, and in the demo version right now it goes from like 1 to 40 AU. Now for some star systems that's not even big enough to show the first planet in the system. In an O class the first planet could be hundreds of AU away, so you literally can't even see the star system. But having the ability to just go any scale, so if we, that's the maximum, so we go all the way in. There are too many decimals, it's 3 decimal places which we don't need. Get all the way in. So yeah, so practically, yeah, 1.5 million kilometers. So that's the smallest distance you can have right now, at least. I'll test it on M-class systems once we can get to one. That should at least show like the inner planet. But we need to be able to go up in scale, depending on any system size. So yeah, so having it having a decimalized AU is going to be necessary for some systems. Not Earth, for one. Sol, rather. There are too many decimal places, which I will fix. But, yeah, we do need that. I'll fix that now, in fact. I will also fix the display range being clamped at a silly value. So yeah, you can go down as low as 5. You are fine, you are fine. Right, so this is where we're doing the check. So if the number of kilometers is equal or greater to 1 AU, then display it as an AU. And if we do float to text, then we can get that down to a maximum fractional digits of 2. Turn off grouping. Do we want to turn off grouping? No, let's leave grouping on for a minute. So that will give us 2 decimal places on the AU. And then I think for the kilometer values, we won't actually have any decimals on those because they're already giant numbers. So we will do zilch decimal places. And that should look cleaner. And I think we will do the same on here as well. So we will do to text, and they will we'll get rid of the decimal places on there. Because at solar system ranges, kind of sub-kilometer values are pretty meaningless. Okay. Thanks, Eljon Arena. That's yeah, it's definitely something I experience, and it's also more along the lines of, because I'm making things in small increments. I do a bit a day. It feels like I'm not accomplishing much, but then when you look at what's been done over the course of a month, you think, wow, that's loads. It's just seeing it in little bits every day. It's hard to appreciate, how much work you're actually doing. Do you scale the range with the system size? It's using a multiplier instead. So we could grab the radius of the star and work from that, because generally speaking, that's a good indicator of the size of the system. But by using a multiplier instead, if we're going up at say 10% increments, then the further out in the system you get, that 10% is giving you a bigger and a bigger number. And as the planets move apart, the further away you get from the star, having it always being 10% more actually works. It will make more sense once we have planets actually being generated. Speaking of which, why are they not generating on the medium range? So we're resetting the sensors, which wipes everything, recentering the central mesh. We are making everything visible, setting up the central star, and then working our way through all the planets. Okay, and there's nothing preventing that action. So I assume that it's actually the scale. Oh, right, yeah. Hi, Braden. What we're doing is we are doing all the little niggly bits and pieces with the sensors to bring them in line with what functionality exists in the demo. So right now the sensors are stopping us from putting out a demo build because we can't navigate the ship using them. So it's about fixing that and getting it all feature parity. What I'm doing right now is I'm realizing that we were using an arbitrary value for the scale of the sensors, which, now that we're using a straight kilometer value, we can probably just plug that straight in, but I have a suspicion that that's going to make matters worse. Let's see. Because before I was using literal AU values, which of course we're not anymore. Yeah, so dividing it by 200 was giving us our visual scale, because the holo display is 2 meters wide. So that was converting it to centimeters. I'll see how broken it looks and take it from there. I wonder what Steve wants this time. Should we give him a pot plant? Here you go, Steve. Something to nom on. Right, so this should be able to go all the way down to 5 now. Still clamping at 10. Alright, I'll work out why in a moment. He won't be staying there. We'd get too many complaints. I should hide him in one of these dark corners, just creeping out. So I reckon that holo display is probably huge. That would probably look really freaky. Also betting I forget that that's there now. And I put the build out and just completely forget, and he's there for the next 6 months. Oops, wrong one. Right, that's what was stopping us from being able to go down to 5 light years. But more importantly, what's going on here? I think what I'll do is I will actually remove the distance cull. Why won't you open? Right, so if I do that for the planets. This one as well, actually. So now I've disabled the culling on the lines and the planet blobs. We should see either a really small or really big orrery map. I'm guessing it's going to be huge. High five. That's just the right amount of creepy. Do we see any lines? Right, so that should have made it small. Oh, no, aha. Okay, so, yeah, that answers that question. The holo display is absolutely enormous. So right now we are trying to work out the scale that the holo display needs to be based on the actual kilometer value. Because before it was just like here, the default's 4. So that's just an arbitrary number. Although I think that did correspond to 4 AU. But now that it's an actual value of kilometers, this is too high a number. So if we were to make it 10, no, actually, it's going to make it even bigger, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to make it huge. So that's going to have to be like a sub 1 value, I think. So we're saying if our local coordinates are less than that. Okay, that's just drawing the text labels. I might just make them invisible instead, rather than skipping that. I can handle that in the shader. Right, let's see what difference that made to the scale. Damn you, tablet. Hang on a minute, of course. It's the other way around, isn't it? Because the more kilometers we have, just trying to get my head around this a minute. Because we are moving. Oh, no, we're not. Yes, we are. Oh, of course. Of course, of course. There's a piece of the puzzle I have forgotten about here. And that is this. Because we're also moving. We're moving the map based on the location of the ship. Right, okay, so we need to get this scale correct to make sure that the map lines up with the actual ship itself. Not the entire galaxy, no. The float variables are naturally 64-bit doubles, so that gives us a hell of a distance to work with before we start dealing with inaccuracies. But there will be inaccuracies over a certain range. You'll find with O-class systems in particular, because they're so huge, you're dealing with hundreds of AU, and it is actually working at that scale. So you'll find, for example, the ring that it draws to show the orbit kind of doesn't overlap the planet ball because of floating point issues. But that's one of the problems I am resolving. So the issue we're encountering here is previously we were multiplying this scale value by however many kilometers in 1 AU, which was fine. But I think if we make that value much bigger, so what we need to do is we need to shrink the scales that we're working with here. And they all need to be consistent as well, because we're moving the actual scene component. So this is the scene component, which is our relative 0, 0, 0 point. And then what we do is we generate the ring with its scale based on where that is, as well as where the planets are, again based on this as the center point. But this scene component needs to line up with the ship's location. So we know where the ship is relative to 0, 0, 0. So we need to offset this scene component essentially opposite to this. It does make sense. But if the scale's off, then you either get it like really tiny star systems or massive ones. And as we go from like 1,000,000 kilometers all the way up to 1,000 AU, that has to fit within the confines of the 2 meter radius on the holo display. Hi, Walper. Do you mean you've been stopping her from working? The way it works, Oninoni, is as you... In fact, you'll probably see this on the sensors if you're flying around. You'll see that this value here, in fact, if we go like that, so this is real kilometers, which is why it gets to such a big number. And you'll notice that it will wrap around into a negative value, and that's because when we reach the edge of the cube, and that's a half a light year radius cube, it teleports you back to the other side. So you'll see that these values constantly go from negative to positive values because you're flying through cubes. If you could see the cubes out of the window, you're basically flying through a grid of cubes. But you never get further away than half a light year from the world origin. Well, technically you do if you fly right up into the exact corner of the cube. But generally speaking, you're never much more than half a light year. So half a light year is, I think, about 20% more than what we can fit into a 64-bit float, because we're using large world coordinates for this. Essentially that, yeah. So the galaxy is made of cubes. So each cubic light year is a location within the galaxy. And that can be a star system, it can be a rogue planet, it can be this guy's home. Of course, what doesn't help is I've just flown away from Earth. So let's go back to Earth. In case anyone wasn't aware, by the way, if I clear the target and then press the home key on my keyboard, you'll see that it automatically targets Earth. It's a little shortcut. Press home to target Earth. Hey, Woodsman, thanks. So now that we've passed within half a light year of the star, it's loaded all the planets and things. think it's fair to say that our ships are very similar to the Origin ships in Star Citizen, and that would be because, especially with the 890 jump, they took a lot of inspiration from the Passengers movie, and we're also taking inspiration from a similar architect for the interior design, that is. But I'm just going to zero out these values a minute. Right, so as I fly towards the central star, we should see the holo display move. The central star is always in the center of the cube. There we go. Right. So when you're at the star, you're essentially at the world origin, or at least the little ship which defines what you see outside the window is at the world origin. I do have a system that I'm slowly designing in my head, though, where all of the objects in the system will manage their own relative positions. So as you get closer to a planet, physically the planet that you can see is moving closer to the world origin. It's not getting its offset from some anchor point which is being pushed around by the ship. So that will remove all floating point issues. Yes, that is the case. Every single star system is centered in the middle of its cubic light year. So you can actually see that. Long range. Like if sometimes you can get the camera in just the right spot. The distribution is such here that you can't actually see the pattern, but yes, so all of these stars are aligned to the middle of the light year that they're existing in. That won't always be the case. Once the objects are able to manage their location more efficiently, and especially once we have multi-star systems, I suppose like Alpha Centauri, because you've got Proxima Centauri, and I think there's 3 stars in that system. So you'll have a barycenter, and the barycenter will be the center of the light year, and then the stars will be offset from that. Yeah, they are. You could say they are, yeah, same for binary stars. Well, unless you have a star orbiting a stationary star, in which case that will be the middle point. But it'll generally be the barycenter in multi-star systems. Yeah, on a galactic scale, the fact that the stars are located in the center of their cubic space, it's a nothing burger, really. in terms of the distances involved galactically, yeah. Like here, you don't notice, you can't see that they're actually aligned to the center point of their cubic light year. But this is one of those things where, there are certain concessions you have to make when making a functional game that's actually performant, and dealing with floating point issues is a big deal when you're making a space game, because space is enormous. So you want all of the action to taking place as close to the world origin as you can possibly get it. As soon as you start moving away from the world origin, then you get floating point issues all over the place. So yeah, the star systems have to be centered on that world origin point. Yes, there will be no star systems with a radius larger than 50 light years. Sorry, not 50 light years, 0.5 of a light year. Yeah, that's correct. So if you had stars generating all together right next to each other, then they would form a grid, but that doesn't happen. So like here, we are in a galactic arm region where stellar densities are, other than the galactic core, highest in the galaxy. So we're right in the middle of the thin disk. We're in the middle of a galactic arm, so you're not going to see stellar densities greater than this outside of the galactic core, and you just don't get stars generating that close together. You would have to have some weird fluke of the random numbers to have 8 stars all within 1 light year of each other. When you say chunks, do you mean sectors? Yes, Brad, I did. I made all of this myself. I designed it all in SketchUp, and then exported the raw object files into Unreal Engine, and then finished them off in Unreal. To be honest, it's difficult to know the exact ratio. I mean, it's going to be like 0.001 something. It's a tiny amount. If you think of a sector of space in the game is 100 cubic. Well, a cubic space, 100 light years on each axis. So that would be 1 million light years. So 1 million cubic light years is a sector. And if you think that, well, the current sector we're in has just over 1,000 stars. So that's 1,000 stars in 1 million cubic light years. So that's a small percentage. Yeah, like I said, the stellar density you're seeing here is in the middle of a thin disk spiral arm, so you're not going to get regions much denser than this. And globular clusters will probably be a bit denser, But again, it's not so much that you're going to get stars that are like next to each other. Like you got a couple of stars here. They're probably in adjacent cubes. But you're not going to get a clump of them together looking weird. No, the coordinate system is literally right there. That's it. That is the coordinate system. So what you're looking at here, this is the galactic cubic space in light years. So this tells the game what cube you're in terms of the galactic space at a light year scale. And then this is your actual location in kilometers within that cube. And when you move the ship, it's actually at a sub-millimeter level, but for display reasons, I've limited it at kilometers. Otherwise, the number gets ridiculously huge. But if you roll the ship and stuff, it's moving at sub-light. It's literally sub-millimeter. But yeah, so I know definitely not hiding the coordinate system. Quite the opposite. We're celebrating the coordinate system because it's it's a great way of breaking down the galactic space. No, it's definitely not like that. I mean, what you're looking at here is one sector of space. Obviously you're not seeing the corners of the sector because the sector is a cube and we're rendering it as a sphere. But this is a 50 light year radius. So this is one whole sector of stars. Yeah, I think I can see what you mean, that if the star is always at 0, 0, 0, but the way to look at that is a relative coordinate system based on the star. So even if the star wasn't at the world origin, we would still use that as the star system's coordinate system. So another way of looking at it is every single star system has its own coordinate system with the central body always in the 0, 0, 0 location, be it a star or the barycenter. So the fact that also just happens to be the world origin is kind of irrelevant, really. And like I said, it is a practical necessity in order for us to be able to do this in the first place. All of them. There's a planet there. Okay, so the scale that we're working with is still way too huge. Oh, this is a good example of the floating point issue, actually. So we're currently rendering at the 1000 AU scale, and at that scale you can see that the planet isn't lining up with the line that we're drawing, the spline. And that's because of a floating point issue. So really that should be intersecting that sphere exactly along its midplane. But because of floating point, it's not. And if that star wasn't in the middle at the world origin, then this would be even worse. So this is literally the best it can possibly be, and only because the star is right in the middle. Okay, well that tells us then that we're on the right track. Yeah, this is with 64-bit doubles. That's how big space is. It's just mental. Even with a 64-bit coordinate system, it's still not enough numbers. Right, I'm going to try doubling the scale. Doubling the distance, rather. Oh yeah, we don't have double doubles. We just have single doubles, not double doubles. No, we're not using any baked lighting at all in the game, because all of our lights are dynamic. No, 5.4 is not available yet. It does have a branch on the Git distro, but I'm not using anything from there at the moment. We've got, I think, 5 plugins that we're using right now, and obviously we can't upgrade until those plugins are upgraded. The answer to that question, Joshua, is with a lot of time and effort. Lighting using only dynamic lights is a pain because you don't have global illumination for things like ceilings. So like this light here, for example, we've got one rect light which is providing the bulk of the light within the room and providing things like specular highlights and things. But then in addition to that, we've also got fake lights, which is an old plugin which has actually been discontinued now by the author. So I rewrote it for what I need it for, to create uplighters to light ceilings and things, because without this there'd be no ceiling lights. In fact, if I see, I've got a control here that I added for bounce percentage. If I set that to 0, you can see that this is the natural light that's being provided by the actual rect panel, and that's all it's doing, literally just that. So what I have is a system I wrote where I can add bounce lighting in a fake way, which is not real. So all that bounce lighting you see is literally a projected, well, it's not a projected texture, it's a shader that takes the I'll show you, it's easier than explaining it. No, that's not the one. That's the one. So specifically, what it's doing is we're getting our base scene color. I'm extracting the metallic from it because including the metallic messes it up. And then we're adding whatever color we want to add to that. And then we're basically using this as like a window that when you look through it, it lights the environment. So if you're not looking through the mesh, you get no lighting. So what you've got here is cubes, and everything that the cube is occluding is lit behind it. And same in here, although these ones are broken right now. I'm rewriting the system because I shall demonstrate why, in fact. If you look at... don't have those levels turned on right now, so I'll use this one as an example. So right now, on the shader complexity, you can see that we've got terrible issues with transparency. And that's because these are the cubes which are lighting the ceilings. And the same in here. You can see that we've got a cube in the room, and it makes the shader complexity go mental. So what I've done, which you can see in here, you can see them here as well. Look, so these balustrade lights are using the same technique. So when you look through the sphere, everything behind the sphere is lit with the blue light from the balustrade, which disappears if you go into the sphere. So if you go into it like that, you can no longer see the light. That doesn't work with the other ones, but those ones are slightly more lightweight. But all the ceiling lights are using a new technique that I did, where I'm using a much tighter version of the mesh so that it's not in the way of the camera. So you're still getting the ceiling lighting, but outside of the camera's frustum. So you now see that the shader complexity on the bridge is a lot better, because all this green that you can see looked like that before. And like here, it's shader complexity is great there. So when I go through and I update all these ones will look like these ones here. So you can see that all the ceiling lights are now in the ceiling, so they're not increasing the transparency cost. So there's one there which is causing the issue. So basically it's a cheat, but it's a good cheat, and that's game dev for you. It's all clever cheats. Yeah, I've been fiddling with these lights for 3 years, and the system that I've kind of ended up with is probably the best it can be, performance-wise. Once I've got all of the ceiling lights in the ceilings, they're not in the way of the camera, I don't think you can make it much more performant than that. All the lights manage their own culling as well, so if you're not on the same deck as the lights, then the lights are not on, which means that they have no rendering cost. Yeah, all the electrical panels you can see. Apart from this one will stay. It'll be more attractive than this. Yeah, but all the rest of them will be behind wall panels that you'll have to open. Yeah, because Unreal Engine doesn't cull lights. It does, I think it does frustum culling, but it doesn't do occlusion culling on lights at all. So I wrote my own system where it essentially draws a sphere equal to the attenuation radius of the light, and if that sphere is not visible, then the light is not rendered, and that saves a huge amount of rendering cost. I would hazard a guess that other projects probably don't do lighting like this, because this is a problem of necessity. Because when you're in a starship and you've got a lot of starship, hundreds of rooms, multiple decks, that's tens of thousands of lights to light up the ship. I mean, one corridor could have thousands of light sources around it, and you need to employ aggressive and clever culling techniques to make that work. Because as much as all of the lights are not casting shadows, because that would just melt the GPU, they're still quite heavy. Hi, welcome to the stream. That's odd. I thought the holo display would be smaller. Let's see how much of a difference that actually made. Into the Earth coordinates first. We'll zero out these values. Better. Yeah, when we eventually enable Lumen, which we can't at the moment because the baseline rendering cost of Lumen's huge. So I've got a 2080 Ti, and I get around about 60 to 70 FPS with Lumen enabled. And it's nice because Lumen means I can delete practically all of the hard work I've done optimization wise, because meshes themselves, emissive materials, will just light the scene for free, which is lovely. But the baseline cost of Lumen means that you need a high-spec system just to be able to use it. Once you've got to that point, you can have an infinite number of lights with no cost whatsoever, but you need to meet that baseline cost first, which is a shame. Yeah, welcome to stars. Stars are right. And they're bright on purpose because we want the polarization to actually be useful, like genuinely useful. Okay, so if timesing by 2 didn't work, let's do it by 0.5 instead. Get rid of some of this tabbage. Always so many tabs. Right, so we scale it by 0.5 and we use the same scale for planets and stuff. Yeah, it will do eventually. All of the windows on the ship will have polarization controls. I just haven't got around to it yet. The whole bar area is unfinished, and eventually you'll have controls behind the bar for the lighting, for the windows, for the lift, various bits and pieces. I'm not seeing any orbit lines. Yeah, under the nose of the ship there's going to be quite a large mess hall. In fact, the whole front of the ship, which you can kind of see down there, all of that is going to be like a mall almost, where you've got like a bar, mess hall, gym, cinema, the medical facility. Basically all of the city centre stuff that the crew needs is going to be at the front of the ship. Geez, how big is this thing? Yeah, the shooting range and the internal security offices and the brig are going to be at the back, adjacent to the shuttle bay. Yeah, we won't have a pool. I think passengers demonstrates why a swimming pool on a starship is a bad idea. Right, if this scale doesn't work, then I'll move on to doing the targeting. That is actually how it was set up before, Zelaf. But before, it was based on a multiplier of an AU value. So the zoom range of the display was in AUs, and then, say like 1 AU was multiplied by whatever that was. I think in centimeters, actually. I thought it was kilometers, but it must have been centimeters. So it's like 4 times however many centimeters are in 1 AU. and then that was divided by 200, which is the radius of the display, which gave us our final value. But the way that it works now is that we're actually using a kilometer value directly on the display range. So that probably needs maybe dividing by whatever that centimeter value was. It's probably something silly that I can't get my head around right now. But yeah, that is how it was working. Okay. Yeah, so right now you can just hit F5 to change your clothes and things, but eventually that will be something you do in your quarters. So you'll be able to go into your bedroom or bathroom, and there'll be a mirror there, and then if you use the mirror, you'll be able to change your appearance, change your clothes, and that sort of thing. We'll have things like the ability to take off a jacket, something you could do anywhere. But when it comes to completely changing your outfit, that will be a go back to your quarters thing. And eventually we'll have loads of different off-duty clothing. Yes, there will be a Kickstarter launch stream. I'm planning to do that on our Discord. So what I'll do is I'll start a public chat on the Discord, and then everyone could just jump into it, and we'll do a big old countdown. Yeah, the new design is going to have a lot more cargo space than the old one. Mainly because I need more hull underneath to create corridors over to these guys underneath. Yeah, we'll have a few different uses for the tablet. There will also be a computer screen in here. I started making a keyboard for it, but got onto other stuff. But yeah, there'll be a computer display where you can bring up crew rosters and things, and change crew rosters and things. And also in here as well, on this screen, you'll be able to bring up things like mission briefings, whatever the current mission is, crew rosters, go through each crew profile, that sort of thing. So there'll be various places where you can access that information. So before... that would be quite funny. Yes, the holo display will be interactive eventually. I've got it in my head as being the main interaction device for the command staff. So if you take a look here, so there'll be a lot more going on here. So all of the holo display controls will be on this panel. So if you're sat here, you'll be able to do things like choose which bridge station you want to see 3D information from. You'll have the ability to change the dark background around it, sort of make that lighter and darker, or turn it off. And then the idea is, with the information there in 3D, you'll be able to physically touch, say, a planet, and then select make sensor target or make helm target, and then just look over at the helm guy and say, fly here. So you'll be walking around the holo display using that as your way of interfacing with the ship. Essentially the same things you would be doing if you were sat here, but the captain can do it up there if they so desire, or they can just sit here and shout at that person to do it. Yeah, the holo display is how we'll handle all the comms. So the way I have it designed is that so we go over to the comms panel, this is where the comms will be. If the person you're hailing, or is hailing you, only has like radio level technology, then it'll just be like a 3D sine wave thing on the holo display, and whoever's managing the conversation will have a pop-up with multiple choice dialogue. If they have like black and white television broadcast ability, you will actually get a black and white 2D floating screen. If they've got HD, you'll get a nice crisp 2D color screen. And if they're advanced enough that they've got their own holo technology, then you'll get a proper 3D head and shoulders of that person, or a full person standing there as a hologram. Which I like, because it means that it depends on the broadcaster's technology. Because if they're like a pre-industrial society and they've only got like basic television capability, they have no way of broadcasting a 3D image to you. So it makes sense just to have like a fuzzy 2D screen, a really low resolution, blocky display. Just adds a nice flavour into the comms. So we're leveraging the ship's AI. So if you look at AI as it is today, they're already using it to try and decipher the language of whales and things, and making progress from, as I understand it, which is quite cool. So the way it's going to work in the game is that you will need to be able to send probes down to planets to get examples of their writing, their language, and then you'll take that to your linguistics lab, and then the ship's AI will scan whatever it is you feed it, and then there will be a certain percentage of understanding of that language, and when you've fed it enough examples of that language, you will then be able to hail that species and have a proper full English conversation with them, because the AI will do the translating in real time. Yeah, in internal comms, we won't have hologrammatic internal comms, because in the era in which the game is set, the holo technology is still relatively new. I mean, it is only 200 years in the future, so yes, that's 200 years, but at the same time, we don't want to make all the tech like super advanced. That doesn't mean to say we won't discover it on our travels as we interact with alien races. But to begin with, there will only be, I think, 3 holo displays on the ship. So you've got the one on the bridge, you'll have another one in engineering, and then you'll have one in the science labs for the astrometrics. yeah, you won't need a kind of linguistics expert managing the comms. The ship's AI will do that. It never really makes sense in sci-fi when, like, the comms person sees like a paragraph of an alien language or hears like 15 seconds worth of their speech and can now talk their entire language. One has to suspend disbelief a little bit too much with that one. Right. So, one last thing on this. I'm going to go back to the original scale. Where is my thing? Right, so 1 AU in centimeters is that crazy number, which is like what we were using before. So we were doing perhaps we weren't doing actual centimeters. I'm going to just try something a sec, just for sanity's sake. So why didn't that copy? Copy, pasty. Right, so if this works, it means we were definitely using centimeters from our AU value. No, because in order for the AI to translate a language, that language needs to be based on some kind of logical construct. She's probably not listening anymore, so... Okay, so perhaps it wasn't using centimeters then. Was it actually using kilometers then? Because if it wasn't using that, then I am confused. That number does look more reasonable. Well, that's just weird. Okay, I'm going to come back to that problem. I need to have a cup of tea and have a think about it. Because this is what we were doing previously. So that number there must be where I'm going wrong. Because that's in centimeters, and that's the radius of the holo display. So it would make sense that that would also be in centimeters, because we are 4 AU in centimeters divided by the holo display's radius should be exactly correct. But I'm missing something, so I will ignore that for now. So the other thing we had to do is we had to start getting the display data here. So we've still got all our original target info stuff there. Okay, so that's going to need some text boxes and stuff. So this one is long range sensor data. It's probably going to be a few of these, but start with that one for now. Okay, so when we click on a sensor item, it's not that one. What one are we firing? I think we might actually be setting that directly, so let's go and find the right class. Right, so long range 0, so that's the root. So when we select it, we go blah 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 blah. We update our selected coordinates. Okay, that populates the target information. Okay, and then we set the sensor target there. No worries, Zelaf, thanks for joining. I shall be heading off myself in about half an hour, which takes us up to about midnight UK time. Okay, so rather than setting that variable directly, what I'll do, I think I will make a new event on there. So where should we do that? Let's do it down here. So we want new custom event, and we'll call it target selected. Thanks, Zenevant. Yeah, so we'll be doing a stream, I guess, around about 2 PM UK time on the 19th. I guess we'll start streaming about half an hour before the launch, and then we'll live stream the launch and see how it goes. But yes, if anyone wants to join the stream, I'll be in an open chat channel on our Discord, and we can all get in and do a mass countdown. Right, what are we passing? That is large system object. Okay. So we want that on here. We're setting current sensor target, so we'll just go and... oh, no, not that one. Right, so if we set that there instead... that's better. Then we're not setting the variable remotely. We're actually handling that locally on the widget, which means we can then do something with it as well. So now that we have that data, just make sure we got the right, the right data. Yep, that looks like all the juicy stuff we want. So we need to make sure that we fire this regardless of what's pressed. So that also needs to happen on L1, which is planets themselves. So we don't want a button on there, do we? Yeah, that's probably not going to be needed in the long run because we are literally just clicking on the list item. Right, so then when the list item is changed, oh yes, I wanted to get rid of this cast, didn't I? Can stay for now, but that will have to go at some point. Casts are dirty, dirty things. You should never use them if you can get away with it. So the parent widget of this one is going to be the L0 one. okay, and we already have that data, so that's good. So we don't want that. We want this. Probably not all of this, but some of this certainly. Alright, so we need to grab our parent widget. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to set this manually. Hush your errors. Okay, and then we need to set the parent widget on. Ooh, actually, we can probably bypass. We can. Because if we get the parent widget there, that's actually the one we want. So what we're actually giving it isn't the parent widget, it's actually the sensors panel itself. So let's name that so I don't get all confused. Probably got the same error on this one now. Yep, there we go. Right, that makes more sense now. So we're setting the sensors widget at the time we add the list item, and then we're just passing that straight through to the L1 item, which is the planet, which we now have a reference to, which means we can cast to that, and this is an OK cast because it's within the same context. And then we just need that. So that gives us Where is the coordinates? There they are. So that'll update the display on the sensors UI. And now we don't actually need to do any of that. Okay, that's fine. So that can go straight in there. We don't need to generate the data again. So that gives us our target. And what were you doing? Right, okay. So yeah, we also need to work out whether or not this one's actually the currently selected item. So we actually need the target local coordinates, and the same in here. We're also dealing with planets. We need to make sure that we also check against the local coordinates as well, just to make sure that we are definitely selecting the right object. And then we also kind of need to force it to redraw the list. Because when we click this, get rid of that for a minute. When we click the planet, we want the star, which is another separate list item, to unhighlight itself, because we're managing highlights between multiple list items, which is a very clunky system, to say the least. Let's just give that a try a minute. We should now actually be able to target planets and go to them, which is another major step towards being able to put out a dev build. You know, I hadn't actually thought of that. I don't know. I suppose it would make sense for it to be this ship. Hey, Steve. Right. Oh, why do we have two of everything? That's weird. Yeah, I'll have a think on that. I don't want anything too cheesy. I agree, it should. Actually, let's just check to see whether or not that is actually picking up a target. No. It's using the stars location. Is that true for all of them? Although here's a good test. If I use that galactic coordinates, but click one of those planets, where is it giving us? Okay, so it's picking up oh no, it's not. Is that Earth's? Hang on, let's try that again. So that has 44 on the Y value. And that gives us 44. Okay, yeah, so it's clicking the planet's not doing anything. Is it because that is set to not hit testable? Probably. I did have the idea of the fusion system being manufactured by DRG Fusion Systems, DRG being my initials. I think it's a nice nod without being cheesy. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Right, so that should give us Saturn. Why would I pick the one through the planet? Typical. Okay, it's picked up the name. That's good. Class 1 gas giant. That's good. Great. It's picked up that we're at Saturn, which is nice. That's probably a massive ball. Yeah, there it is. Wow. Funny thing is, this is all to scale, so if Saturn's this big, then Earth is literally just that ball there compared to this behemoth. Seem to have birthed the Saturn. Little mini Saturn. Yeah, the ship's a little unfinished right now. So yeah, something we need to do then with these is we're going to have to limit the minimum zoom range to whatever the planet radius is, like plus 10%. That's a problem for another day. I'm confused as to why these are suddenly doubling up. Because that is weird. Well, that's interesting as well. That shouldn't have highlighted. Oh, I see, because I clicked that maybe? So if I scroll off screen and scroll back. Oh, that's interesting. That literally retargeted itself without me touching anything. So just scrolling up. So if I target that one, yeah, okay, weird. That is good though, because it does mean that we are now targeting planets and we can actually navigate to them again, even if it's clunky, which means we're practically able to do a dev build, which is good. Right, let me just check the... No, not the holo display. Right, so we want... Which one do we want? That one. No, not that one. That one. Okay, so adding list items, so blah blah blah. So when we scroll... Oh, that's just an engine function. That's no good to us. Right, so we always scroll to the top after generating our list. And we're always generating those ones first. Right. So why is this array doubling up that lot? Because that's what's generating them. And we are definitely clearing the list first. Yeah, that all looks solid. There's no reason why there'd be two. Okay. Right, and then on this one, yep, so we're only adding the one item, which is the star. Yeah, I'll give that a try. I'll leave it for now. It's on my things to fix list. I just wanted to get the planets rendering, so we know that works. So that could go away. So what I'm going to do with this one is as soon as we've got the data, we're then going to set ourselves as expanded. And then, actually, I think I'll just do an event here. Force list. I've lost the ability to type. So as soon as we generate the list of objects within a solar system, it will force that tree to be expanded by default, which is good. Then we've already got that there. Okay, yeah, that's all fine. And then we're going to have to do the same thing with the individual planets on this one as we did with the other one. So if we close that so I'm not getting confused. So we want long range L1. And then we also need the medium range L1. Get rid of that. Select that. Make sure that it's clickable. That's no longer relevant. Right, so long range L1 is what we want to copy. Stick that on medium range L1. And that's on selection changed. Okay, then make sure we can pass a reference to the sensors. That should literally be all that's needed there. And then on here, we need to grab a reference to that one, which needs to be called sensors. Right, so we should also now be able to... Oh, something broke. What broke? Oh yeah, you. Medium range L0. Yep, that's right. Right, we should be able to use the medium range sensors now in order to target planets within the system. And that should be the last blocker preventing a dev build. Right, medium range. Okay, great. It expanded the tree automatically, which is what we wanted. And none of them are clickable. Brilliant. Yeah, Steve. Okay, so even the central star is not clickable. So on the long range, oh, it must be setting it though, because it's... That's interesting. So if we target Alpha Centauri, go into the medium range, okay, we're still targeting Alpha Centauri because that's what it's got locked in. If we now target, say, like Venus, go back to the long range, no, what about Sol? Okay, yeah, so the setting of the target is actually working because it's picking it up there. It's not updating this. I think I know why. That would be because it's a different version of it. So when we go through L0, yeah, so we go blah de blah de blah de blah de blah, blah de blah de blah, blah de blah de blah. That's interesting actually. Where is that being updated from? Am I doing that manually somewhere. Long range, yeah, that's the long range one. So okay, so that must be what are we doing there? Oh, okay. So this is actually probably a redundant action. Because we're setting a couple of variables here on the display. So we're setting these variables. And at the same time, we're specifically targeting those text fields to update the coordinates. But all of that can actually be handled from this, because this contains all of the data, not just these two vectors. So yeah, we're really kind of doubling up on stuff we don't need to do. So like this and this, we can literally set that from here. So that's a lot cleaner, doing it like that. Because what we're actually doing from here is we're just literally passing that through the replication and then straight back to the UI panel. Whereas with the other way of doing it, which I think was on this one, yeah, these guys here, these are not needed. Yeah, because we're going through blah 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 blah. And then all we're doing really is just updating a text field. Not sure whether that's actually doing anything. I'll switch on that actually. You can come down here because that might be something we need to do there. But what we do need to do is we need to take our display mode. We need to switch on display mode. Right, and now this is where we need the text field. So you guys there. So that one, that one and that one. And then for some odd reason, I'm doing that on there, which we will not do. You can stay there for now, but we will move that functionality to here because it makes much more sense to drive it all from a single variable update. Right, so if we're using, nope, not that one, long range, then we want that one and that one. And then medium range would be these ones. And we'll just grab those vectors. Okay, that should solve that. And then on here, we'll leave the redundant bit for the minute, but we do just need to make sure that it is detecting the click. So I'm expecting at the very least the central star should update the text display, at least on the medium range. And because we did a switch on the mode, it means that selecting a star outside of your current system shouldn't update the display for the system you're in. Have to make sure that that scenario is covered. Right, so medium range, click, great, that works. Okay, and they are detecting the fact they are clicked. They're not updating their coordinates, but there's probably a simple reason why. So long range, yeah, we've got coordinates. Take those ones, yeah, we got coordinates. Okay, so we are definitely able to traverse the galaxy again. And we can definitely see what's in our system again. So the last job that needs doing now is just make these planets clickable, and that's it done. Obviously it needs a lot of prettying up. This isn't its final form. And we need the sensor data, but it's a good start. Just want to check something though. So if I select that planet, so we're 44 on the y-axis and a bunch of numbers over there, does it carry across? No. Good. I would like to know why it's auto-targeting though, because that is weird. So if we take that one and scroll, scrolly, does it change? That's good. So it definitely remembers between modes. Okay. Right, I shall make these planets report their values, and then I will call it a night. So hopefully that's nice and straightforward. So we're definitely reporting the values there and updating the text fields. So it must be this isn't being called from this. So we know that's working. So is that not updating? Oh wow, that's a good question. I don't know, there are so many good episodes. I think I'm a big fan of any episode that has Jakar in it, definitely. Or Marcus, he always made me laugh. There's the episode where Delenn is in one of those, are they called Minshara class? Those big like angelfish cruisers that the Minbari have. And that quote that she gives, that only one human has ever defeated a Minbari in battle. He's behind me. You're in front of me. If you value your lives, be elsewhere. Brilliant quote. That episode was particularly cool. And there's the one where Marcus and that Minbari have like a fight to the death and come to an understanding at the end. That was really cool as well. Yeah, God, there are so many. Yeah, it was when all the Earth cruisers rocked up to Babylon 5 and Delenn was like, no. And they were like, okay, we'll leave then, bye. So the only thing I can think of is that. Oh, that is the problem. Problem solved. We're not setting that. It's this weird thing where you have to set a variable from itself. And if you don't set the value of the variable literally from itself, you're casting to itself, getting the variable value, and then setting that same variable on the same class, it won't have any value associated with it. So what would have been happening is this cast would have been failing. This is a peculiarity of list items that I don't get. It's probably related to the fact there's somehow like instances that they're virtualized in some way. But yeah, that makes no logical sense whatsoever to me. But it does work, so as long as it works, I will be content with it. Yay. Okay, there we go. Let's take a quick trip to Uranus just for a laugh. He looks quite creepy up there in the sunlight. Yeah, definitely. I always press save after every compile. It's always compile save, like one action. Yep, we got the right data passing through. You tried to trip me up then, didn't you? That is oddly creepy. I think he must have been, yeah. Okay then. High five. Okay, well, I think that actually it completes most of the things I wanted to do tonight. There's a few issues with the holo display which need to get smoothed out. All the lists need cleaning up. Yeah, and then the sensor data itself needs to be displayed and saved, and we need to track which star systems have actually been scanned already. But that aside, yeah, I think we made some progress there. The sensors are at least usable again, so that's a good start, which means that I will go ahead and put a dev build out, I think, after the stream. So if anyone there has a key, expect to see a dev build shortly-ish. Okay, so I'm going to call it a night there. That can go away. Steve can go back in his closet. Bye, Steve. And as has become tradition, I shall end on the countdown. Let's see if we got up any. Oh yeah, we had 5 more during the stream, so that was very cool. So it's technically the 18th now in the UK, so technically it's tomorrow that we go live. But yeah, 2 sleeps for me. But like I said, on the 19th at 2 p.m, so in 1 day and 13 hours, we will have a community stream, which there will be a channel for on Discord. So be sure to join in for that, and we will give a, counting down from 10 while I press the launch button. That should be quite a lot of fun. And then we'll sit here bricking ourselves, watching the numbers to see whether they go up or not. So yeah, that'll be fun. Right then. Find all my buttons. There they are. Okay, so thanks a lot again, everyone, for joining, and I shall see you at 2 p.m. ish on the 19th. Bye for now.